Oops, okay, welcome. Welcome everyone for today's council meeting, Thursday, October 19th, 2023, 6:30 PM. Roll call, please. Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabrina Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Juanita Molina.
Present.
Councilmember Diego Garza.
Present.
Councilmember Kathy Solorio. Present. Treasurer Michelle Lopez.
Please rise for the flag salute.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so this is going to be Chief with his presentation and promotions and new hires, correct? All right, go ahead.
Do we have the additions of the
Yeah,
shadow
you have
agenda?
a item on your
Can we
add-on
do,
list.
can we do this first because they are going to be waiting and I'd rather have them do this and then we could come back to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the community. Glad to all see you here tonight. Tonight is a special night. We are recognizing a special organization for the humanitarian efforts. So, Best Friends Animal Society Shelter is a no-kill shelter that works around the clock nationwide to save lives of dogs and cats, ensuring each animal they save has a safe and loving home to go to. As a partner in the endeavor to save animal lives, we have worked closely with Best Friends Animal Shelter over the course of 18 months. Several months ago, Best Friends Animal Shelter, Society Shelter, generously donated $1,000 to our animal control services. With this funding, we were able to purchase 5 new large cages that will be part of the new Animal Pound expansion. We're excited and graced for the partnership and look forward to working closely with Best Friends Animal Society Shelter in the future. In addition to that, we received this gorgeous plaque from Best Friends Animal Shelter, and it says, "We are a no-kill shelter 2022. Best Friends Network proudly presents this certificate to Parlier Animal Control in recognition of achieving no-kill status during calendar year 2022 by exceeding a 90% save rate for cats and dogs." So this was presented to us by the no-kill shelter, Best Friends. And if I could bring up Ashley Davidson. Hi, Ashley. So Ashley, we are so graced to be part of this partnership and saving the lives of dogs and cats. And I wanted today to recognize your organization for doing everything they do. So this certificate goes to your organization. It's a recognition certificate. This is presented to Best Friends Animal Society Shelter in appreciation for your generous $1,000 donation to the Parlier Animal Control that paid for 5 large cages. Thanks for caring, and we appreciate your partnership. Ashley, here you go. Okay, thank you so much. Let me set this over here real quick.
Chief, did you want to take a picture?
Did you want to take a picture?
Yeah, let's stand up here with the council. We can get the council.
Good.
Yes, more.
Yeah, so just to recap on that, we, in year 2022, we worked really hard, our animal control officer, in getting animals and dogs and cats adopted, and we had a no-kill, zero euthanasia rate for that year, so it was an exceptional performance. So moving forward, We had 2 sergeants vacancies. We looked at the budget, the council, city management, with my plain understanding that we need structure at the police department, so we were able to promote 2 sergeants to those vacancy positions. So after the sergeant's testing, the sergeant's testing comprised of a citizen panel and a law enforcement panel. So the officers got to go through 2 panels, through oral interviews. The law enforcement panel, they also had to provide a 5-minute presentation on improving public safety. After that, there was a practical, which is a written essay. And we had 4 applicants within the department, and the top 2 that came out on top are the 2 that were promoted. So I'm going to start out by introducing the first sergeant that was promoted. And this officer has been with the department for over 5 years, since 2018. He served as a patrol officer and a field training officer, training new recruits. He was promoted to detective, where he spearheaded several successful small and large narcotics gangs operations. He had previous law enforcement experience as a Fresno County Correctional Deputy and a Parlier PD Reserve Officer. He has attended many trainings on his own. He has had previous experience in the role as a shift supervisor, proving himself to be a leader in the department. He is married with 3 children and enjoys spending time with his loving family. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce your newly promoted sergeant, Sergeant Manuel Chavez, who is a local from Parlier. The next officer that was promoted, he's been with us for over 6 years. Since 2017, he served as a patrol officer, field training officer, training our new recruits. He's our range master, certified rifle instructor. He is one of our fleet managers. He's also served as a shift supervisor, proving himself to be a leader within the department. Great communication skills. He'll give you the shirt off his back. He spends most of his time off raising his 3 kids. We think he's going to do a great job for us, and that is Officer Sergeant Raimundo Lopez. Another recent promotion we had, our reserve officer. He's been with us for over a year. He is the first in his family to join the law enforcement field. He is the 4th oldest of 5 siblings. He's worked for 15 years as an armored transport officer before being a police officer. He volunteered for 1 year with Fresno at Dinuba PD. He enjoys fishing and watching boxing on his time off. Graduated from Fresno Police Academy in 2020. This officer has exceeded the standards, and he was therefore promoted from reserve to full-time officer. We would like to introduce our next full-time officer, and that's Officer Juan Rodriguez. Our next officer is our new hire. This officer was born and raised in California, graduated in 2008 from Sierra High School. He went to the Fresno Police Academy in 2018. Previous work experience at Fresno PD and Table Mountain. He's looking to have an exciting work experience here with the Parlier PD and excited to join the team. His hobbies and interests, he likes to hike, play guitar, and hang out with friends and family. We think he's going to make a great addition to this department after interviewing. We're really excited about him. I'd like to bring on Michael Nichols. Okay, then our next officer, so we've had filling the vacancy of animal control. We recently filled that position through through interviews. And this officer was born and raised in Selma, graduated from Selma High School in 2011. He loves taking care of animals, previously worked at an animal shelter for 9 years where he cared for dogs. He microchipped, vaccinated, and rehabilitated aggressive dogs. So he has extensive experience with working with animals and dogs, enormous amount of compassion, which really stood out. He also worked as an assistant in the Veterans Office for 2 years. His hobbies are drawing and going out of town to the coast. Without further ado, I want to introduce our new full-time animal control officer, Jeremy Pruneda. Our next new addition to the Parlier team, our code enforcement officer. So we've had vacancies in code enforcement. City management did a great job in recruiting. This guy comes with a lot of experience, extensive background in code enforcement, and he really shined. So this individual grew up in Sanger, where he started his journey as a young code enforcement officer. He has 7 years working with local municipalities to include Sanger, Selma, and now Parlier. His experience to educate residents and enforce local municipal codes, also has 10 years of experience in private physical security. He is committed to continue to grow both in his personal and professional life. Without further ado, our new full-time Parlier Code Enforcement Officer, Juan Mendez. So next, we'll ask the family members to pin the badge on the officers, if they can come up now. We can get some photos up. And then we'll do the oath. Go ahead. Could we get all the officers to shift towards the council? We get the council to stand up for one big picture, please. Good. And if we could turn, Dorothy's going to swear you in. Turn, please, Dorothy.
Solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations.
Congratulations, gentlemen.
Okay, we can take a little bit of a maybe 5-10 minute break and celebrate the occasion. Thank you. We have.
Join us out in the lobby, there's cake and punch.
All right, welcome, everybody. Welcome back. And now we can continue with our meeting, which we are now with additions or deletions. Do we have any additions or deletions, Sonia?
You have one item on your add-on list, Mayor, that under our policies and procedures is capable of being added on by majority vote of the council and without the preconditions made necessary by the Brad Act.
Okay, so do we have a motion to add on? Motion by Diego, do we have a second? Second. Second by Kathy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
It would
Okay.
be item number, no,
I
closed
think-
session, huh?
It's in closed session.
Closed session, yeah, good.
So, okay, then we can move on to public comments. Anybody from the public that would like to address the council at this time may do so. You have 3 minutes.
Well, first of all, I want to acknowledge that I'm going to follow the advice of my good friend, the mayor of Kerman. I really respect her and like her. And I apologize to every one of you guys because it's not the way that I am. You know, for whatever reason, only in Parlier, probably the water that we're drinking. Yeah, so and talking about water, I know that we're supposed to have the water ready with a TCP for the past 5 years, and we haven't agreed anything with the state. We don't have new contract with the state. So we are evaluating that agreement that we signed with that Water Authority of the State of California. And I don't want to hear no more reports. I want to see the action. I want to see that those filters should be installed. You know, I don't want Alfonso to come and give us another report because for me, those reports are like giving me water with a finger, to be very honest with you. And the mayor and I, at the beginning, before she was mayor, that's what we were fighting. We were fighting for the water, and today we're still fighting over that TCP issue. You know, so very honestly, I don't want no more reports. I want to see the action. Usually Tuesdays and Thursdays I'm busy, but I'm going to see if I can schedule a tour with you guys, with whoever you assign, Javier, Sonia, and see that what we're doing. I don't want no more reports from Alfonso. I know Alfonso, I got a lot of respect for him, but I'm getting tired that he doesn't have anything else to say but the same report. We don't found this, we don't have this. We got the money a long time ago together with Livingston. And Livingston, they already fixed, they implemented that TCP depletion right away. You know, and we got the money a long time ago. And I don't even know what's going on with that money, to be very honest. You guys keep on telling me that it is on a special account.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it is on a special account.
It's still there.
Still there.
Okay.
We were supposed to have the audit today, but for some reason it was not put on the agenda. So at the next meeting, it will be on there. And those are the specific questions that you can ask him as well.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to mention is that not only can you do the tour, but maybe we can, Javier, get like footage of what they have done and do like a slideshow here so the community also can see it on the live stream.
I will appreciate that, Mayor, because everybody's thinking that the water that we're drinking is good, and it is not good. TCP is very dangerous to every one of us, and like I keep on saying, we don't have a level of tolerance for the kids. I know my level of tolerance already. I'm 75 years old. So even if I fall down tomorrow because of TCP, but I'm worried on the kids, so there's not any tolerance level for the kids.
And also, Mr. Humberto, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and Javier could attest to this, but I believe they started breaking ground today on Zedeker and Parlier Avenue for the well that's right there.
Yes,
So
they did.
I would like to I'm very kind of curious coming from the construction industry building trades. I'm always very curious to see who's doing the job too. You know, so thank you, Mayor.
Is there anybody else? The TCP, filtration system. Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Roger Wilson. I'm an attorney that represents the Parlier Police Officers Association. I'm here to address the council and the mayor on item number 4, which
Council, you want to wait until we reach that item and you can address it at that time?
I'll do it. I'll do it now. I don't know what time you're going to do that, so
We can actually move it ahead of time, so that way we.
I just have some comments on it. I mean, I know that I don't have a vote in it, but I've read tonight Resolution 2023-47 for the first time, and I'm here to basically encourage you to vote no on that. And the reason I've asked you to vote no on that is because, you know, several months ago, the Police Officers Association filed a complaint with the Public Employment Relations Board, alleging, among other things, that the council, excuse me, not the council, the city was not negotiating with the union. Through all that, the city and the union did negotiate. The city manager and the assistant city manager met with members of the Police Officers Association on 3 different occasions for a total of about 7 hours over a period of 4 days. That was in July, August 3rd, August 14th, and August 17th. Through those negotiations, which old-fashioned negotiations, lawyers went in the room, which was kind of nice, they actually reached some agreement. And when I say some agreement, they went through back and forth with, just like negotiations, dealing with an MOU. And I read in Resolution 2023 that there is a move to declare impasse by the city. I don't think it's in the best interest of the city or the union to declare impasse at this time, because it appears the parties have been negotiating and are almost at an agreement. Also, in Resolution 2023-47, I think there might be some mistakes of fact in it. I don't know. I've talked to Neil tonight about it, and I think we'll probably figure that out later on. But I did note that in the resolution, it states that Government Code Section 3505.7 allows the city to implement its last, best, and final offer. I don't dispute that at all. But what I see attached to the resolution is the Parlier Police Officers Association's offer. I don't see the city's last, best, and final offer. And so, I think there are some kind of jumping the gun action here to declare impasse when it appears the parties are negotiating and have been negotiating and can reach an agreement. All an impasse will do is cause more delay and possible litigation. I don't know that it will, but it might. And I don't think that's in the best interest of the city or the police officers. And among those officers that did attend the negotiation sessions is one of our new sergeants here today. So I'd like to congratulate the sergeants and all the officers and all those new employees of the city. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Comment on that, Mayor? I was gonna wait until.
Let me get to it, that way we can move everything along and you'll be able to say what you need to say,
That's
okay?
fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that information. What we can do right now is if there's anybody else that has any public comments, may do so right now, so we can continue with the meeting and then we'll get to that item. Hearing none, we can move on to the regular business and or consent calendar. Do we have any item on the consent calendar that we'd like to pull? I would like to pull the minutes. Item number 2, and is there any other item that would like to pull?
I'd like to pull number 1.
Anybody from the public?
I think I have.
If it's item 1 or 2, it's, yeah. So then let's just, do we have a discussion on item number 3?
Yeah, I think we.
So let's just talk all over them, all of them. Okay, let's start with number 1. Check warrant, please.
I had a question with Sonia about a check for inspector, and there was 2 checks made out, and I asked for the invoice and backup, and I noticed that it was wrong. So if that can get fixed, for our sake, for our backup. Yeah, they're I went over it with Sonia, and it is one of them's wrong. So if we can get that corrected.
Yeah, and is there any other item on the checks? Okay, I have one with the minutes, but you can go ahead, have,
Yeah,
Oh,
on,
this is
on,
here.
on mine, for the minutes for the October 5th, which is the regular minutes for the regular meeting, on the back when it says that the mayor,
That's the one I was gonna ask about.
yeah, because it says the superintendent of the school was here, but it wasn't the superintendent. I believe she stated that Rick from Greenbrier was here.
What I said was that the superintendent had emailed me. Not that he was here, but that he had emailed me with the concerns of the odor.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then,
Then we could just make that correction. I think that was it for me on that one. I didn't have anything else.
and,
No, I don't
Okay.
have anything on that, do you?
so with just those corrections, okay? And,
Number 3.
I think number 3, we were gonna talk about that one as well.
Yeah.
And, Sabrina had a good idea as far as, since we have recreation now, and there is recreation at these parks, instead of, signing out keys, we didn't have a recreation before, so we would sign out keys. So now that we have staff that are assigned to these positions, they should be out there with them when they have, whatever tournaments or whatever's going on, instead of handing out keys. And then when it's practice time, they can have someone go out there, turn on the lights and turn them off. I know it's gonna create a little bit of overtime, but that's still better than losing keys and not knowing what because we're always having that problem.
Yes,
Ever since I can remember, it's always been a problem.
I agree.
Yeah.
And the thing about it too, if with keys being out and being lost, I know we go through the problem at the district level too, having to rekey everything.
And
Because
that costs
if
us
that
even
key
more.
has
Very
to,
expensive.
if that key somehow belongs to the city and is the key to open the door at the city, then now it's out there. So yeah, I think it would be best if we just have someone open it and close it.
And with that said, there has to be a minimal fee because we are paying the overtime for people to come out and turn the keys on. I mean, the lights on and off, open the restrooms. So if staff can develop, some sort of minimal charge, just so that, and again, the keys were lost. So we need to charge something for that expense as well. But again, if staff can figure something out to a minimal charge, just to, recoup what we're having to pay to have somebody go out there and turn them on and off.
Yeah, have like a fee scale or something.
Yeah, just a minute.
Like a deposit.
Like, yeah, deposit or, we said that it would be 2 hours to go open it and then 2 hours. So we pay the first 2 hours, they pay the second 2 hours, or somehow, some way.
That's where it's
we
a
can-
minimal.
yeah,
we can figure out
minimal.
Minimal fee
Just
for the
because-
nonprofit, as they, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I just wanted to make a comment on that. Right now I volunteer my time with the St. Cal Panthers, which is a softball team. We're a semi-travel team. And I'm just wondering if there is a way to, sign out a key to someone who is responsible. I always carry my keys on me. Like I said, they practically live with me, but on my neck the whole time. But this way, it would avoid you guys having to pay overtime. I volunteer my time. I'm out there, 2 to 3 times a week. So just wonder if there's any way that I can request a key personally, or if there's anything I can do about that.
I wonder if we could do like a deposit when they sign up for the key, have a deposit, and then once they return the key back, then they get their deposit back. Maybe we could do something like that too. I know, because I know with the nonprofits, you don't generate money. You're barely generating enough to keep the league going.
Yeah.
So,
And at this point, I'm planning on committing for, 4 years, even probably more, because my daughter, she's only 12 right now, and I want her to play up until, she ages out at 18. So, I'm committed. So
don't
this
think
is
it-
not something that's gonna be,
Yeah.
temporary.
I think it's something that's in the past.
Yeah.
It's been something that's been going on. And even
Yeah.
if, that I can recall, it's even when I first got elected back in 2015, it's always been an issue. Doesn't matter who's up here, it's just sometimes when people are out there, they don't think it's important to make sure that those keys are being taken care of, and they just pass it along to the next person. And by the time that we try
Exactly
to,
what
That's
happened
what
this last
happened.
time.
Yeah, and that,
The keys out to one person who was very responsible the whole time that that person had him. They turned him, she's no longer with that program, turned him into the person that's taking over. That person has lost the keys and now is asking for a new set. So that's why we're bringing this to your attention.
yeah, I think maybe if we could just do maybe a deposit,
yeah,
and then once you return the keys back, then you get your deposit back.
okay,
That kind of holds that person responsible, like, hey, they're gonna want their deposit back,
right.
you know? Of course, we're not gonna try to make it to where you can't afford not even the deposit either, so, I think with, working with Berta and figuring out what sounds reasonable, and of course, we want you to still continue to do, the program for the kids, because especially girls, there's not much out there. And I see the importance of having something for the girls out there. There's so much sports for the boys, but there's very minimal for the young ladies that want to be active and getting involved in sports. So thank you for, stepping up and doing that. So
just gonna
we'll
say
figure
it.
something out.
I'm just gonna
So,
say
like,
that too, and I'd say thank you for taking your time. And I know how much
Yeah.
coaching can take up a lot of time and away from family. So I really appreciate you on doing that.
Yeah.
So as far as the short term, like this week I had to cancel practice because, there's no daylight. We have a tournament coming up next week. So is there anything that we can do as far as having the lights turn on?
I think tomorrow you'll figure, yeah.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow? Okay.
Just
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, was that all of the items? I think so, right? Okay, any questions from the public? Hearing none, so do I have a motion to approve, item 1, 2, and 3?
Motion to approve.
Diego, second by Kathy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. And now we go on to the regular business, and that's item number 4.
The first item is the MOU for the POA.
Mayor, members of the council, what you have before you is a what you have before you now, it wasn't included in your packet for some reason. I've distributed the resolutions to you. What you have before you is a resolution that basically declares an impasse, not with respect to coming to an agreement, but with respect to developing jointly the language of the memorandum of understanding that reflects the agreement that was arrived at. We have a tentative agreement with the POA, the terms of which are set forth in their counterproposal, which is attached to the resolution, and which are basically just financial terms. Raises, increases in salary caps for additional compensation. All of it basically relates only to dollars and cents. And what we're having a difficulty doing is coming to an agreement on the precise language of the MOU in which to implement the tentative agreement. And we approved this tentative agreement back on July 6th, and we have been meeting, well, your city manager and assistant city manager have been meeting regularly with I believe it's the president and secretary of the POA to try to develop this thing. And we've made a lot of headway. And I do think now, and we get closer by the day, and we are committed to working with them even after you do this, if you do this, to develop a new MOU. And I think the only issues that remain is one provision that they've insisted on, which is conclusiveness, and which basically takes away a right that you have as a city to initiate, when there are changed circumstances, negotiations for adjustments to the MOU. This typically occurs when you hit a budgetary consideration and you're trying to avoid laying people off, and you're, by other means, you're shifting people around and not scheduling them the way in which the MOU would be scheduling them. So that is, and you're a city, and unfortunately you can't bargain away, you can't enter into a contract that surrenders a statutory right. If you do that, that provision is illegal. When you have an illegal provision in a contract, that creates a danger that the whole contract becomes illegal, because if it's not severable, the whole thing falls apart. So that's what we've been trying to avoid. That is the one issue that remains. They recently indicated, I believe, to your city manager that they would be willing to have essentially a letter agreement. I don't think that's practicable. If you take a look at the various versions that we have, you come across the salary scale. Our version of the salary scale with the incorporated raises is a mirror image of theirs. Our version of the provision that raises the salary cap on additional compensation, mirror image of theirs. And literally the only things that are any different anymore, they recently agreed to the management rights provision that we were proposing. And so I think that's where we are. There are some adjustments we need to make to their provisions relating to the health insurance, because every year we have to re-up with the health insurance, and so the dollar amounts change. And we don't know what those are. We're at the mercy of the insurance company. So if you can't, deal with them on an annual basis relative to that, which is built into our version of it, you can't really provide them insurance coverage. So it's simply an effort to implement what are significant raises and enhancements to pay, primarily so that we can keep our cops and, solicit new cops with more generous pay. And what you would do is you would be implementing it through the 2018 MOU. That MOU is expired, but that MOU stays in place because you're under an obligation to maintain the status quo. So and so that remains in effect until you change it with a new MOU. So all we're doing is simply reading the MOU, the old MOU, with the new salary schedules and enhancements to pay and things like that, as if they were already in there, because the law forbids you from implementing an MOU. It does allow you to implement your last, best, and final offer, and as council pointed out, there isn't a last, best, and final offer here, but our last, best, and final offer was necessarily our acceptance of their counter proposal. They've accepted that counter proposal. They made the counter proposal. They've confirmed over and over again, we have a tentative agreement on these precise terms. We're just trying to get on with life and get our peace officers paid an adequate salary. So that's my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just want to make sure we clarify that this is only to approve or the resolution is to just put the actual amount of the pay into the old one until we agree on the full language of the new MOU?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So,
You're basically reading your old MOU as if it had that pay scale that incorporates these raises, that pay scale that incorporates that, basically a year retroactive
correct.
pay increase. But the law doesn't allow you to implement an MOU, and it doesn't allow you to discard the old MOU until you got a new one, right? So it's literally the only way you can do it.
Right.
That's how everybody implements their last, best, and final offer, is they do it through the existing memorandum of understanding, because it remains in effect even though it's expired.
So I just want the officers to know, or the POA, that this, and you hear it in live stream now, that this is just to get you guys your guys' pay and get that started, because that was already agreed upon months ago. And like I said, we've been trying to push this forward and do the best that we can, but this is why we brought this upon today, because the pay is what is killing us right now, especially to get more employees and to help out Chief. So, and again, I'm making it clear that this is just for your pay. It's not saying that we're not done negotiating for the new MOU. So if you guys can.
Yeah, we are still
willing
negotiating.
to negotiate with them anytime they ask.
No, we will.
If my understanding is correct, there was only one clause in the MOU that the officers did give, that they agree upon. There was only one clause that we're working on, correct?
Yes,
I believe that to
conclusiveness.
be the case, in addition to the provisions relating to health care. Those just need a little bit of tweaking to enable us to annually provide for the adjustments in the premiums that we always get, that sort of thing.
Okay, is there any other questions? Hearing none from the council, now we open it up for the public. Anybody from the public?
Hi, good evening again. Everything I heard council state basically solidifies our position that impasse is completely unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. You have one provision. And when you look at the statements here, despite multiple attempts to meet and confer and negotiate to an agreement relative to the language to be included in the MOU, I heard him say that the MOUs that were produced by, I guess, council, and then the other one produced with the city manager and the union working together, are mirror images. So if they're so close and we have one provision, why are we declaring impasse? Why don't we just sit down and get it done? I don't understand that. If we're that close, why are we declaring impasse? Because impasse creates a whole series of potential problems by doing that. If we're that close and the contracts are that identical, again, I haven't compared. I've seen the union's MOU that was negotiated with the city manager and the assistant city manager. I've seen that one. I haven't seen the other one. And so I can't say for certain that they're mirror image. You know, I don't dispute Neil at all. I take his word on that. But everything I heard him say, that we're getting closer by the day, they're mirror images. We only have one remaining provision. Impasse is just immature. It just is. I think we should schedule meetings to sit down and figure it out.
I agree.
Thank you.
So I
I
think,
do appreciate the city council wanting to give the raises, though. Thank you for that.
so I think you wanted to mention something, Chavez?
So, Sergeant Chavez, Parlier PD, also the acting president for the POA. I'll keep it simple and down to earth. Basically, what we're coming from is we want to obviously come up with a new MOU that also evades or gets rid of a lot of languages that shouldn't be in an MOU, or that's either unclear or it can be manipulated in multiple ways to avoid problems for your end and for us also. So that's the number one thing that we're trying to avoid: future problems, fix whatever was whatever was wrong in the past, and make it better. All we're doing is trying to get better. We've been working with Sonia and Bertha hand in hand. We've had multiple meetings. We've been adding, taking away, editing. I mean, so we've been doing for a while already. For a couple of months, we've been doing this. So the impasse letter was all totally new. I barely saw that today when I got here today. So I was pretty shocked by it. We just had a meeting with Sonia last week, where we were talking about, okay, what can we add? You know, if we add this, can we sign it? I mean, we're getting closer, but
I have a question for you, because I know that you're saying about removing language that you want it to not be, you want it to be specific.
specific language, yes.
But this is the contracts that I've seen throughout the years is very similar, and it's not changed to have it. I know I have an idea what you're meaning about specifics. If that's not something that is done with other PDs and contracts like that, there's a reason. And I understand what Neil's saying is we have to protect the city. And I get that sometimes, you know, you get contracts that are vague and it's up to interpretation. And it could go one way or the other. And you want it to be specific.
Right.
But in reality, that's what it is in most contracts. You don't really have it like very specific to where it's just one way. It's always up to interpretation from what I've seen. And it always can go one way or another, because you can even go to court and you still not guarantee that you can have something you thought would go your way, and then you'll find out that it's not, because it's up to interpretation. So I understand that you want to have it specifically to have that language that you want, but I think that Neil's responsibility is to protect the city, to make sure we want you to be happy with having a good agreement, and we can work together. We love that. But we also have to make sure you have to take into consideration that Neil's responsibility is to take care of the city, as your attorneys are to take care of you. So I don't see that we cannot come to an agreement. I think that we can, but I think we still need our counsel there to be able to make sure that they take care of both sides. And eliminating certain language that it can potentially harm our city, I don't see that that's a good thing for us, because we want to make sure that there's language that protects the city, and I think that maybe we can find something that we can meet halfway, but not to the exact language that you guys were.
Well, that's what we've
mentioning.
been doing with
Because
Bertha and Sonia. That's what we've been doing,
Yeah.
meeting in the middle on a lot of things, and that's why we are where we are today.
Yeah, and we can get there, and as long as your attorney and our attorney and city manager and yourself could be there and negotiate that, and we can get to that point. And I don't see a problem with it. I know that the reason why everything's kind of moving along faster is because there's been a lot of push from our public as well. And like, how come we don't have a MOU? How come we don't have an MOU? And it's like, to me, it's like, sometimes it takes a little longer. And I know this because I worked in the department, and there's contracts that weren't signed right away.
Right.
And the governor would take his time to, make sure everything was aligned with what was supposed to be. But this is why it is good to at least have that communication and try to work things out. And even if it takes a little longer, that's fine with us. But it was a little bit of a push from the community, and, some council also asking, hey, how come we don't have our MOU done? We need the MOU. And it takes time. So if you guys are willing to still meet and figure that out, I don't see the problem for the urgency to have it signed right away. And you guys continue to work through that, and we can eventually get there.
Right. So what I was going to say is that we never wanted this to drag out this long. We've given multiple different types of contracts with different wording and everything, and but it seems that there's one individual here that continues to slow it down for us, and it's unfortunate, because I think that this person acts on his own accord without involving you guys, without giving you the proper information on time, correct information. And that's kind of, that's going to slow things down if we continue going down that route. We
And
have
it-
to trust. We have to trust each other.
And I get that, but let me tell you something.
But-
We're always the last to know and everything because you guys have to
Oh, we
work
gotta be
through
better than that.
Well, that's how you do the negotiations, okay? You guys get work through that process, and then he brings it to us, and then we work through that process and figure out okay, we like this, we
You guys
don't
know
like
you were
that.
going into impasse today?
It was on the agenda, so, but the thing is this, again, they work through that, and then they're supposed to bring it to us. I wasn't even aware it was gonna be in open session, because normally you don't bring this in open session, you take it to closed session and still work through it. And that's normally how I've seen it done.
So
And when we bring
I
it
would
to
like
council,
you guys, if we meet again, I would like to invite all of you. Okay, sit down, and if you want
I
to look
don't
it over and
think-
talk to us, because we're open about it. We're not trying to hide anything. We're
Yeah.
not trying to take any type of management rights away from the city. We're not
Yeah.
trying to get involved in your guys' business.
no, and we wanna work together, okay, we do.
We're trying to do.
I know. So I think what we need to do is sit down and figure out how we can work through this. And I'm sure we can. But like I said, normally that's how I've seen it. This is not the first contract that I've seen come when been here. And it's never been done this way. And even with Neil being here since he's been here for a while. So it's odd to me that it's on an open meeting. It's on the agenda. It's usually discussed in closed session.
Right. Yeah.
And like I said, is that you guys work through it with them, then they bring it to us. We, see what we like and what we don't like, and then we give it back to them. They bring it back to you, and then eventually we'll get to that point where we can say, okay, yeah, that's the good. Both of us are happy, both sides.
Yeah, I
But
understand.
I mean, we can get there. It's just a matter of trying to get there. So I don't know if you want to schedule a meeting and have Sonia, and if you want me to be there, I could be there too.
So, like I said, no attorneys. More than glad to work
I-
with the council.
Your attorney, you don't want him there?
Today I had to. Today we had to. You know.
Okay, well, we can work something out, but I think what we need to do, if you want all council, then what we have to do is to schedule a closed session.
So
It has to
that's
be
fine with me.
closed
We can
session.
organize that.
And one thing I'll tell you, that even though he may not be present, and I'm sure you're gonna want to do the same, is that you're still gonna wanna take it to your attorney and not finalize something without his input, And we can do that. We can meet in closed session, have the discussions, work things out, then we take it to Neil, you take it to your attorney, and finalize it. We
Sounds
can
good
do
to
that.
me.
Okay.
Just to clarify your confusion, Mayor, this is on a open session because that's required by the particular statute that you're proceeding under.
Only reason why I'm saying is because I've normally seen it in closed session, and then maybe after we take an action on that item, then it comes to open session. So that's how I've seen it, but we've never been at this point. That's the other difference, so, yeah, that might be different. No, we can schedule the closed session for the next meeting, or take it to closed session. Do you want to do it for? Let's just do you want to schedule a special meeting? Yeah, I'll give you some time right now.
So we'll
Let's
schedule a
spe-
special meeting.
special meeting for closed session to discuss that next week.
Just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that.
Well, since you guys already scheduled a closed session, I will suggest for you guys to vote no. I get kind of worried when I see that impasse, because I was a union rep too. I mean, besides being a negotiator, I used to wear different hats. I'm a poor little farm worker, but I grew up with nothing but negotiations and contract administration. And when you put the word impasse, I know what I will do. And as a community member, I want to reach that. I mean, because they can create a so-called blue fever. I'm not giving you ideas, but they can create a blue fever, and they're not going to show up when we need them. And that's what I'm worried about it, that we bring in officers to get swear in. But at the same time, the next time that we met at the police department, they're gone. So what I see here is that there's a lack of trust only. So, and you guys know better how to establish that trust.
We're gonna continue this anyways for next week, and we don't want anybody to be getting the blue fever that you're saying. But because this is one thing I'll say, if anything, it will ruin the trust from the community, because the community expects them to be there regardless if we're able to work with this or not, because that happens in every profession. You have the teachers that are striking right now.
Sure,
And
I understand.
and when people see that, it's like, okay, what about the kids? You're not thinking about the kids. You're harming kids, but and the public safety, you're putting the risk on your constituents that are out there that support the law enforcement, and you put them at risk for crime. So that's something that's not good on either side.
There's also another case is that a ULP was filed, so I don't know what is going to be that the response from the state as far as the ULP. You know, so probably what you guys need is to meet and come to a conclusion. It seems to me that you guys took care of me as a taxpayer, because according to you guys, you already settled the money, and sometimes that's the hardest part. Yeah. So language, well, what I'm going to be asking to both parties to be creative and make something that it will be making happy to all the parties. We want a police department that is second to none. So thank you, Mayor.
What we're going to do today is continue for a special meeting and closed session.
Closed session.
But I don't know what date. I don't know.
That would be closed session listed in the same way that you always do it. It's conference with labor negotiator. The labor negotiator is Sonia. The other party to the negotiation is the Parlier Police Officers Association.
Is everybody available on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, the 25th?
I am.
What time? Can we do it early?
Yes, I think so, because.
What's the earliest? 4:15? I need to get here. Get out at 4.
Yeah, so then we'll continue for next week, Wednesday at 4:15 for closed session.
25th?
Yeah.
The 25th.
There will be no action on it today.
What time?
4:15?
4:30, whichever works. Give you time, at least 4:30, no?
4:30.
Yeah, 4:30.
And that will be closed session.
Yes. Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
All right,
Next item is presentation of the public review draft of the City of Parlier sixth cycle housing element.
Good.
Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How about you?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. It's probably been a couple years since I've been here, so
Yes.
it's good to be back in Parlier. Sarah Allender, I am with Provo and Pritchard. I'm one of the consultants working on the housing element for City of Parlier, which is participating in the multi-jurisdictional housing element within Fresno County. So for tonight, I think, Bertha, you have to control things, right? Okay, I'll try not to say next slide too many times, but next slide. So for tonight, I just want to provide a bit of an overview of the housing element document. We are in public review right now, so we have a document out that is available for people to review. Thank you, Jeff. I want to touch on some of the outreach that's been conducted to date. I do want to also touch on the RHNA, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, which is basically telling you how many units you need to accommodate. So I want to go over how you come to that number. I do also want to go over a little bit of one of the new requirements for the housing element for this sixth cycle that we're currently in, and that is an assessment of fair housing. And also cover some of the programs which are essentially going to be the city's action items over the next 8 years. So I do want to at least touch on the programs that are currently proposed in that document. And then we will wrap up with what the anticipated schedule is moving forward, because I know there could be some questions on that. So next, please. So really the purpose for tonight is we are in the 30-day public review period. So presentations are pretty standard during this review period. It's just one way to elevate some awareness and encourage people to go look at that document and provide comments. The comment period will close next 26th, I believe. So there is still some time to review and submit comments. Next, please. So the housing element itself, this is one of the elements that are included in your general plan document. It is the only element that is required to be updated on a regular schedule, and so it is updated every 8 years. So the last time we were here was about 8 years ago. I was not here because I did not work on it then. But the housing element is essentially a plan for how the city is going to accommodate what is referred to as your fair share of housing units. And that's what that regional housing need allocation number is, which we'll talk a little bit about during the adoption or during the presentation. There is an adoption deadline of December 31st. While tonight is a milestone in this process, it's still a long process, so we have a ways to go still. I know that we are not going to meet that adoption deadline. We are not alone. Almost every other jurisdiction as part of this process is not going to meet that. Yes.
Okay, I have a question because we were asking that very same question at the Council of Governments with all the other mayors, and there is no extension. So if we do not meet that deadline,
you will technically be considered out of compliance, as
Right.
will every other jurisdiction that is not going to meet
actually,
that
there's
time.
others that are not facing that.
Yes, there are one or two that are on track to potentially meet that deadline. They're
Well,
still in the review process.
I'm going to get clarification on that because we're supposed to meet next week on Thursday, and that's the update. And I know there's other cities that are going to meet that deadline. And if we don't meet that deadline, that's a huge problem for us in the city of Parlier.
I will say that we have been working directly with HCD staff, and so I think as far as they're concerned, as long as we're showing progress and we are engaged in this process, that is really one of the key factors in how well we're going to work together with HCD to get a certification. One of our next milestone is to get this document submitted to HCD for their 90-day review before this December 31st, and we're on track to do that in early November. So yes, there could be 2, maybe 3 jurisdictions that are going to meet that adoption deadline out of the 15 that are participating in this specific process, but there are not going to be any others.
Is that for the Council of Governments? Because that's not what they told us.
Then that would be good to clarify with them,
Yes, that's
because
why
that
I'm
is a little
saying
different than the update that we have received. And as part of the project team, I
We asked those
understand
same
those dates.
questions that night,
Mm-hmm.
and we were all concerned because there was a few, and I noticed that at that time that Parlier was one of them, and I actually had called Jeff in regards to that, and also Sonia, because we were one of the cities that had not presented this.
Right.
And so, to me, it's important that we do, and like every other city, is important that we do meet that deadline. But I will get, and we are going to get an update next week for
Okay.
all the cities.
And one thing I can do is I can pass information through Jeff as far as what the dates are of the other jurisdictions and where they are in that process. And the last slide here is to touch on the schedule, because we do have some very prescriptive timelines that we have to follow. So it's very difficult to compress a timeline. But I left that slide for last because I anticipated some questions there. But in the meantime, we can run through some of the actual content on the next slide. Okay, so this is a multi-jurisdictional housing element. This is the same setup that you had in the fifth cycle. So the document's going to be structured very similar. That's basically broken down into 2 components. The first is the regional housing element. That's a series of chapters that talks all about county-wide information. And then the second section is the local appendix, and that's where you're going to find all of the information that is specific to Parlier. So if you are interested in accessing the document, the local appendix is going to be the information that is specific to Parlier. Next slide, please. So there has been quite a lot of outreach done to date. This has been one of the factors in this schedule. This is also one of the newer requirements for this cycle of housing element. There is a lot more requirements for conducting engagement as part of this process. So late summer of last year is when this started, and there has been a number of stakeholder consultations. Those went for quite a few months. We have done quite a lot of regional stakeholder focus group meetings. Part of the reason for that is because the stakeholders you find are the same across a lot of the jurisdictions, so we're holding one meeting instead of 15 separate ones. And then there have been a couple of presentations to date at the City Council meeting. Next, please. I did want to talk a little bit about what the numbers are looking like and how those were derived. So on the next slide, it will talk a little bit about how the RHNA, again, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, is determined. And that number starts with the state. The state basically looks at the number of housing units that they think need to be constructed across the state over the next 8 years. They allocate a number of units out of that total number to each COG. And here in the Valley, our COGs are basically set up around the county boundaries. So because you're in Fresno COG, COG got allocated just over 58,000 units. That means just over 58,000 units need to be constructed somewhere in the county boundaries over the next 8-year period, and that's the goal for Fresno County. Fresno COG gets that total number, and then they have to go through a whole process to decide how they're going to divvy that number up across all of the jurisdictions within the county, including the county itself. They went through that process and resulted in 733 units being allocated to the city of Parlier. Next. This is a little a bigger picture overview of where those 58,000 units are going within the county. You can see City of Fresno, they're the largest city, so they are getting the lion's share of those 58,000 units. City of Clovis and Fresno County come in second and third. Generally, most of the smaller communities are getting about 1% of the allocation, maybe up to 2%, and Parlier is right on par with that allocation number. It's not unusual. This cycle, we are seeing a higher number. That's not unusual. I think last cycle, Parlier had 588 unit allocation. So it has gone up, but it has not gone up as much as many of the other communities. Next, please. So it's not just a total number of units that we have to accommodate. Those total number of units get broken down by income category. And the income limits are set by HCD, that's the Department of Housing and Community Development. They basically establish what income range dictates what income category you're in. And those are 4 income categories: very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. So just about 1/3 of the units that Parlier has been allocated need to fall within one of the 2 lower income categories. The remaining 2/3 are within the upper income categories, and you actually have quite a lot that are in the above moderate category. One way we do this is we basically look at your zone districts and say higher density development will fall into a lower income category. And so there is a little bit of an equation there, an alignment between the income category and zone district. Next, please. One of the other requirements that we have is we have to look at whether or not we have to carry over any unit allocations from the previous cycle. There is an analysis involved. I won't go into details, but Parlier did have to carry 42 units forward from the last cycle. So those 42 units will get added to the 733 units that we have been reallocated for this cycle. The good news is you also get to get credit for projects that are far enough along in the process to reduce that overall count. So there is one tract map. It's been approved. It's been submitted for final plans from what I understand. So we can actually take the 311 lots, it's a single family tract map, and we can actually discount your required allocation by 311 units. So the total capacity that we have to accommodate within City of Parlier is 464 units. That's really good news, and it's not something that a lot of jurisdictions get to do. So 464 is the real number. Next slide, please. The next step is once we understand how many units need to be accommodated, we have to identify sites within the city or within the sphere of influence that can actually accommodate those sites. We have some strategies to get there. The first thing we do is we start with all of the sites that were identified in the last cycle and use those as a starting point. And then we want to focus on sites that are located within the city limits first. And the reason we want to do that is because we don't want to have to pre-zone or annex land if we don't have to. There is one site that is located outside the city limits for this round, and we'll look at where that is on the map. But we did try to find sites within the existing city limits first. We also wanted to focus on sites that are within a certain size range, and this is basically HCD telling us, hey, we don't think it's very feasible for you to include sites that are too small, under half an acre, or really too big, over 10 acres. So we really tried to focus on sites that fell within that size range. The other strategy is we wanted to prioritize vacant sites over sites that have some sort of development on them, simply because it's more feasible to develop a vacant site than it is to develop a site that already has something on it. We were able to identify sites that were vacant, so we aren't relying on any underutilized or previously developed sites, which is also good news. And finally, we do have, as I mentioned, one site that is located outside the city limits, so there will be a pre-zone and annexation program that you see in your housing element in order to bring that into the city for potential development. Next slide, please. So this is the map. It's getting a little washed out, but we have 4 sites that have been identified. The site in yellow on the north side of the city is zoned R1, and so that would satisfy the requirement for the above moderate income category. The site just south of that in blue is R2, and so that would provide units that would fall into the moderate income category. And then the last 2 sites are those in pink. There are 2 of them. One is located in the city and one is located outside the city. Those are both a higher density zone district, so those would provide for units in the lower income categories. Do you recall the location or the address?
Well, neither of them has an address. This one right here is the Parlier property. That's between Manning and Tuolumne.
Oh, thank you, Bertha.
And then obviously number 4 is on the south side of Manning, right across from that.
And yeah, and
The yellow one is north of the apartments right up here, right across the street.
Oh, because of that building on the back, on south.
Because yeah, it goes all the way up. It goes all the way up to South Avenue.
I have a question, and why those specific locations?
part of it was because of the strategies. You know, we wanted to find sites that were vacant, they're already zoned, they're falling within a certain size range, because part of what we're doing is we're providing this information to HCD and they need to buy off on it. So we're trying to, you know, thread a needle a little bit.
Yeah.
So
The reason why I'm asking is because there's already potential projects on those two locations.
which is actually really good news then, because then you're also showing that there is development that is potentially coming, and that can actually help in the coordination with HCD.
Okay.
So what the table is essentially showing is if these sites do end up developing at some of the densities that we're assuming they do, then you're actually going to be satisfying your requirement and actually coming up with a slight surplus in units. Again, that's good news for Parlier as part of this process. So next slide, please. So because assessment of fair housing is one of the new requirements, it's extremely data heavy. So one of the challenges has been getting the data. And then one of the other challenges is not only is this the first cycle where jurisdictions are having to do this work, but it's also the first cycle that HCD staff is having to review the work and ensure that is actually meeting the intent of the legislation that is driving this requirement. It's the assessment of fair housing, but it's being driven through, I'm sure you may have heard, the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement, the AFFH, might be a term that you've heard, and that's tied to this assessment of fair housing. So next slide, please. I will not go into great detail about this. It is literally like probably, I don't know, almost half of the document. So there's a ton of data. But what the fair housing assessment does is it looks at 4 major categories. There are quite a lot of maps that go along with this, but it's looking for patterns of integration and segregation, risk for displacement. It's also looking at access to opportunities. So where are the jobs? Do you have transit to get there? And other factors such as how much investment has been going into certain areas of communities. Next slide, please. The outcomes, though, of this fair housing assessment are a couple of different findings, and what this does is it identifies issues or considerations that need to be considered when we're developing the programs that go into the housing element, and I'll make the connection later, but generally, there have been 2 findings for Parlier. The first is disparities of access to services and also displacement risk for the lower and moderate income renters. I will say that across the smaller communities that are involved in this process, these are flagging for many of them, especially when you think about access, right? Most of the smaller communities do not have a very good transit system, and so that's causing these factors to flag. So next slide, please. So I do want to touch on the programs. I mentioned these are essentially going to be the action items for the city over the next 8 years. These programs were developed in response to some of the input that we received through the outreach that has been conducted to date, and they are also informed by the fair housing assessment. So next slide. The housing element, there are 6 goals and 36 policies. That's pretty standard to see in any sort of general plan element, right? Most elements have goals and policies. The 6 goals and 36 policies in this housing element are the same across all of the jurisdictions participating in this effort. Where the jurisdictions are going to differ is in the programs, because those are the city's action items. We also don't have 30, we have 28. I apologize for that on this slide. We started with 30. But we now have 28 action items essentially within the document for the city of Parlier. Most of these programs are being dictated by state law requirements, but also through some of the input that we received through the outreach. Next slide. And just as an example of a program that is in there to address state law requirements, there is a program for zoning code amendments, which essentially says, hey, you have to amend your zoning code so you're consistent with a lot of the recent legislation related to housing. A lot of that is housing uses, making sure that you're allowing a lot of specific uses within your zoning code. So that's one example of a program specifically set up to address state law requirements. Next slide. Because you do have 28 programs, I didn't want to walk through all of them, so I just split them onto 2 slides. I wanted to highlight some of the new programs that are showing up for the first time in this housing element cycle. You have 11 new programs. All of the ones up there in bold are actually addressing one of the issues specifically that got flagged in the fair housing assessment. So that's sort of the tie-in there, right? But some of the new ones include addressing homeless needs, accommodating for reasonable accommodation, replacement units. The last one, improve access to resources. These are all the new programs that you will see in the housing element. On the next slide, though, are all of the continued or modified programs. So there's 16 of these programs, which are essentially carrying forward from the existing housing element that you have in place right now. They, for the most part, they're going to be extremely similar to the programs that you already have in place. Some of them have been modified, some of the language has been updated to align with state law requirements, but essentially these are rolling forward into this housing element document. Next slide, please. So I do want to circle back on the schedule. If you go to the next slide, it will walk through a couple of the required reviews that we have to go through with HCD. So I mentioned we're in the 30-day public review period right now that closes on October 26th. We're of course at the City Council meeting tonight during that 30-day public review period comment. once the public review period closes, if we don't get any public comments, then we can package the document up and submit it directly to HCD. If we do get public comments, then we are required to wait a minimum of 10 days, and we have to make edits to the document and tell HCD what edits have been made to the document in response to comments. So it sort of depends when we can submit to HCD based on the close of the public comment period, and whether or not we get any comments. So at the latest, we will submit for that 90-day review in early November. Best case scenario, we can submit at the end of October if we don't get any comments. What that submittal will do is it will initiate a required 90-day review period by HCD staff. We will get assigned a reviewer, so we will be dealing with one staff person at HCD through the remainder of this process. That's good news because we don't sit around and wait for the letter to come in 90 days. We proactively reach out to the HCD reviewer. We request any preliminary feedback. We ask to have a call with them, because we are essentially trying to get any information we can so we can start making edits to the document. So we're positioning ourselves the best that we can for when that letter does come at the end of the 90 days, because we are really trying to minimize all of these review periods. The second review period is not required. However, I don't actually know of any jurisdiction that has not had to go through a second review this cycle. And that is in part because of the new requirements for the AFFH, the fair housing requirements, because everybody's just sort of trying to like figure it out. HCD reviewers are new, and it seems like every reviewer has their own thing that they want you to look at and update. So part of the nice thing about being part of the multi-jurisdictional is we are hoping to get a reviewer that one of the other communities has, and so we will have a good sense of that specific reviewer's likes and dislikes, I guess I will say. So we are taking advantage of our participation as part of this process. However, we are planning on having to do that second review, which is part of the reason why we are getting pushed out a little further. And so we want to limit it to one second review. I guess there is only one second review. It'd be another third review, right? But we only want to have one follow-up review. So ideally that will happen, and that will position us for an adoption hearing in April is the estimate for when it will come to you for actual adoption. So there may be additional questions on the schedule or even on some of the other content, but that is the end of the presentation. Comments, however, can be submitted directly to Jeff O'Neill's email, and that's how I will receive them.
Thank you.
So then if we have any comments. All right,
I don't have anything in particular to add unless there's any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And this is just informational, and so then you'll be bringing it back to us after the 30-day period and then go through the motions.
The next time that you will see it will be for adoption.
Oh, just for
Yes.
adoption.
Yeah.
So would we get kind of any updates along the way, maybe?
Yeah, we can provide, yeah, that's totally fine. We're meeting, those of us who are just on the city side are meeting bi-monthly to discuss it, plus she's part of the PlaceWorks project team, and so they're in constant discussion with HCD over everything that's going on. So yeah, I can provide an update at the next council meeting.
Yeah, because I know that there is a lot of concern on that, and it's not just here in Parlier. Like I said, that discussion was a discussion there at the Fresno Council of Governments, and that was mentioned that there was a few cities, because they gave us the list of what cities were not had not done this process yet, and that we were probably looking at maybe not meeting the deadline.
Got it.
So if you just keep us informed, that's all. Because there's nothing else we can do to make it rush.
No, we're doing what we can, but you're right. There's
really nothing.
I have a question for you. You mentioned up there homeless. What does it have to do with the homeless people, or?
For instance, one of the requirements is that you have to allow for emergency shelters. I don't recall the actual number of homeless that were not allocated, but determined to be in Parlier, but you need to allow for an emergency shelter to be constructed. It doesn't mean that you have to construct it. It just means your zip code has to allow for that.
For the
And
homeless.
and that's one way that you can address the homeless need is ensuring.
How
that they
about the
have somewhere to go.
rehab homes?
The rehab program, I know Parlier does not participate in the Fresno County rehab program. You have
We
your
have
own.
our own.
Yeah, you have your own.
Yes.
So it's really just a program confirming that you have your own, and making sure that that is acknowledged as an action item to continue that program.
Okay,
And
thank you.
one thing to be very clear about the housing element, and I don't want to sound overly cynical, it doesn't help get you any housing. It basically just puts the framework in place so that it's easier for housing-related things to happen.
It highlights everything that's needed here.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it. It doesn't provide funding or anything like that. It's just highlighting the needs here.
Yes, yeah. It also. Okay, great.
All right, thank you. So is there any other questions? So then, yeah, just get us that update. That would be great.
Yeah, I'll follow up with council on the first November meeting.
Yeah, it is whatever you do.
I mean, I'll just keep providing updates at each
Yeah,
meeting.
whenever you have them, if you can. If you could, please, I'd be
would love
appreciate
to.
that.
Okay.
So now we
Okay,
can.
next item is the,
Oh, wait, we're skipping that and we're going to the public hearing for Jeff,
okay.
number 7.
Okay, tentative parcel map. Jeff.
Tentative parcel map. We've got, first public hearing is a tentative parcel map, number 2023-01. That involves a piece of property at the northwest corner of Stanislaus and J Streets. And in a nutshell, the project would divide the existing 11,300 square foot parcel into 2 smaller parcels. Surprise. What the heck? Sorry, I'm zipping through the agenda here to find my place.
Okay.
Anyway, it divided into 2 smaller parcels, one of which would contain the existing structure, and one of which, the smaller one, would be a vacant property right on the corner of Stanislaus and J. And under the Subdivision Map Act and the City Subdivision Ordinance, prior to dividing a property into more than one piece, the City Council is required to conduct a public hearing. So here we are. Staff feels that the project meets the requirement to be considered exempt from CEQA as a minor land division. The evidence for that contained within the staff report. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to field them. And I would request the mayor opens the hearing to the public to take any testimony for, against, or otherwise regarding the proposal.
Okay, I have a question before we start.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we determine when they need, the requirement for CEQA is there and it's not? You know, because I'm trying to figure out, because there's times that there's lots.
Yeah, so.
Just a clarification.
Sure. So the first component of CEQA is essentially to determine whether something meets the definition of a project, period. Certain things that the council does, they're not considered projects under CEQA, so it just doesn't apply to them. Following that determination, you basically review for exemption, and there are 2 types of exemptions in CEQA. One are statutory, where the legislature has just said these projects, CEQA doesn't apply to them at all. The second part are categorical exemptions, which is what we're talking about in this case, which is where the Secretary of Resources has come up with classes or categories of generally smaller project types that are determined to not have a significant effect on the environment. And if a project falls into one of those categories, it can be found exempt. Yes, and there is a specific exemption in this case that's referred to as a Class 15 exemption. It is for minor land divisions, which is dividing a commercial, industrial, or residential parcel into 4 or fewer parcels where it's consistent with general plan and zoning. No special variances are required. It's got an average slope of less than 20%. Other factors, if it meets those criteria, then it qualifies to be found exempt, which is the case, as staff believes in this case here, so.
And these qualify, correct?
Dealing with them one at a time, yes, this first one does qualify. And this,
Once you go throughout that process, then you'll determine whether it's required later on or not.
so in the event, let's just say that the building, this goes through 2 parcels, the building is removed a few years from now, and somebody wants to develop something different on the site, we would again, let's say it was something that required a conditional use permit. We would again review it under CEQA for exemption to see if it qualified, and if it didn't, then we would prepare an initial study and go through the whole, the more protracted process.
Okay, thank you. So, is there another question? Go ahead. Yeah, but I'm gonna open it up right now for them. So no questions from the council, and now I'll be opening it up for public. Public hearing is now open, if there's any questions from the public. Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed, and so we can move on to this item. So do we have a motion to approve the item?
A motion to approve.
Tentative map 2023-01.
A motion to approve.
Second.
Second, first is Diego, second by Sabrina. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, so
Okay,
I guess that's it. And then we have
the next item, number 8, Jeff.
That's the other one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. What we have before you at this public hearing is a request to consider a tentative parcel map number 2023-02, which is located immediately to the north across the alley from the parcel map that you just approved. The parcel in question is slightly smaller. This would subdivide the 7,400 square foot lot into 2 parcels of 4,350 and 3,050 square feet. This site does have more buildings on it. It's got multiple structures already constructed on it. And as you can see in the map, the line just kind of cuts right between them. Because of the zoning, the C4 zone, there's no setback requirement, so they can actually put the parcel line right next to the walls of the buildings as is proposed. One item of note, I talked to the land surveyor on the project earlier today, and one of the conditions of approval that we're recommending, and it was on the previous map too, is that as a condition of the final parcel map that gets recorded, they would need to include a 10-foot public utility easement along the major street frontages. That was fine on the first one. On this one, one of the structures is constructed approximately 2 feet away from J Street, meaning that if we require that public utility easement, it would run through the building, meaning that technically we could go tear out that building if we wanted to do some kind of public improvement. Chances are in the future that that site will be redeveloped by the current or future owner. So what we're suggesting is that for condition number 6, we be allowed to interpret that on the final map that gets recorded. Normally what happens with that is once the council approves this tentative parcel map, then the city manager and the city engineer are signatories to the map that gets recorded. The city manager specifically accepts on behalf of the city council all dedications, including easements. So what we would suggest is that we do not accept that easement at this time. Again, this is super technical jargon stuff, but what we're suggesting is that we show the easement on the map, but we don't accept the dedication until future time where the building's not there anymore. And then it just requires simple action of the council to say, oh, by the way, we're going to accept that easement now. And then we record a deed to that effect. So other than that one change to condition number 6 regarding the easement, we would, any other questions? Same premise under CEQA as the previous map. It meets all of the requirements for that exemption.
So how, I have a question. So how does that, how do you keep track of that? Is that like through, well, I know, but come on.
It'll be in the record, and we will we'll put a note on the map.
Okay.
The map that gets recorded.
Yeah.
That this easement was offered for dedication. There's different symbology that the surveyor can use on a map, such as, the little triangle or a filled-in triangle or a little ellipse, whatever. We'll put a note on there that says this easement was accepted, or was offered for dedication but not accepted.
Okay.
So then that will be a flag on deeds
Okay.
in the future that there is an easement offered. So any future purchaser will have to, they'll be aware of that.
Okay.
That easement, or it shouldn't be?
We will change the condition of approval to illustrate that the easement dedication is required, but we're not going to accept the easement until a future date. So the map will still reflect the easement, but it will reflect that it was offered for dedication and not accepted. Whereas normally we would accept all easements on the map.
But we're not accepting it because of the fact it would go through the building.
Right.
So in future, they can't develop without.
Yes, any future development on the site would require that that easement be accepted first.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, no, hearing none. Now the public hearing is now open. Anybody from the public? Hearing none, now this public hearing is now closed. And we have a motion to approve parcel map number 2023-02.
Motion.
And the resolution number is 2023-49. Motions by Sabrina. Do I have a second? Second by Janie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right. Now we can move on to the next one. 6. So we go back to number 6.
Yes.
All right.
Number 6 is on for review of your stipend, which in the city of Parlier, unlike most cities, is set by an ordinance. I don't believe there's very many cities out there that do that. There's one around here, one that has it in an ordinance, but that's kind of unusual.
My understanding it's resolution because there's I think even Fowler is working on their
My
changing.
understanding is that literally all of the cities, I know there's one around here somewhere, I'm not sure which one it is, that has it in an ordinance, but I think the vast majority of them, always set by resolution. And in the good old days, we would do this in closed session, but there's recent case law that says you can no longer do that. So that's why we're, so when you set it by ordinance in 1985, you set it at 300 and 350 for the councilman and the mayor respectively. You didn't change it until 2019. And at that point in time, city council members are allowed to get paid compensation in accordance with those provisions of the government code, which sets them at precise levels. They're also entitled to receive their health care benefits, which a lot of cities do. And some cities do not. It really kind of depends on who you have on your city council. Somewhere along the line, I think in about 2019, we had a council, as we have today, that had alternative health insurance available to them that was every bit as good as the health insurance that we're providing to council members. And so there was no one on the city-provided health insurance on the city council. And in 2019, you raised the stipend from 350 and 300 to an amount determined by a formula that is in the statute that tells you how much you can raise it. And the formula is basically you can raise it 5% per year for each year. And so in 2019, we basically took the council member's stipend, for example, 5% of that is 5% of $300 is $15. And we took the $15 and multiplied it by the 33 years between 1985 and 2018, and it came out to what it is today. So you're not required to take a stipend. You can waive it if you like, but if you want to change the amount, since it's in an ordinance, we would need to change the ordinance. So this is just basically on there to for you to tell us what you would like to do relative to your stipend.
Did you want to start?
So, yeah, I did the math a little bit, and I believe what I considered was fair would be 500 for everyone that gets a stipend. And I want to say it becomes from the treasurer, the clerk, and then us 5 up here.
The mayor's
Yeah,
office.
but not in every city the mayor gets more
Yes.
either. So, I mean, there's.
Okay.
I'm speaking for right now, so I think I had the floor. So my proposal for today was to do 500, and nobody has to agree with me, but my proposal was to do 500 across the board, and if we did that, it would save us 2,200 a month,
Yeah.
and it would be 26,000 in a year. So,
Okay.
like I said, that's my proposal. The council can
Okay.
make a decision on it.
You made your proposal. The other thing that I had suggested in the past is to just not have a stipend. Eliminate it for all of us. Because this has been a target on me from day one. And Kathy, stop. It has. I have printed this out, and even with the school board here, they get benefits. I shared this with the council, but they don't want to look at it, of course, because it doesn't have my name on it. So the thing is that we have the city of Sanger. They paid out, total pay was $8,579 plus benefits, $27,964, a total of $36,543. Then we have Mendota. They paid out in total pay was $3,600. Benefits was $16,122, a total of $19,722. Then you have a board member here at the school that he received $3,175. Benefits was $16,000, a total of $19,208. Then you have in Orange Cove. She received a total of pay was $3,600. Benefits was $20,147. A total pay of benefits and pay was $23,747. Then you have another school board member here in Parlier that she also got paid $3,443, and total benefits for her and her family, which was $16,830. A total of $19,873. Then you have the community college, State Center Community College District, which she got paid $9,000 and benefits of $13,159. A total pay and benefits was $22,159. And with us here back in 2015, a council member received regular pay back then was $1,480. A total of benefits was $22,855. Total benefits and pay was $24,335. Then you have in the city of Selma a council member there that got paid $3,600 in pay, $23,691 in benefits. A total pay of with benefits and pay was $27,291. So the question is, again, you guys keep saying about me, the city of Parlier mayor, it's right here. You can go to Transparent California, look us up, and here I am, 11,124 for the whole entire year with no benefits, absolutely none. And back in 2016, when I was sitting here with the last council, we waived our stipends and medical, everything, just so that we can help our police department. But this has been a constant personal attack. First is my water bill, now it's my stipend. You guys don't want me to get paid more than you because you guys only come to 2 meetings a month. And I go to all these other board meetings. You guys don't even go to anything else that I do. I bring more to the table and done more for this community, but you want to come after me. Because why? Because I'm getting 11,000. That's not going to make me or break me. Believe me, I have my pension. My pension's enough. I suggest we eliminate the total stipend until further notice for now and bring it back later. No stipend for any of us up here. Absolutely none. Not $1. Just zero for all of us.
Just to clarify, I was not ever attacking her. My constituent.
I didn't say you.
Again, my constituent brought this to us, and that's just my proposal.
And his daughter, that's the 22,000 that gets his daughter gets as well.
I'm just clarifying
and
my
it's
point.
on Transparent California.
Clarifying my point because
I didn't say it was you.
I was never attacking her.
I didn't say it was you.
But I'm the one who brought up this item. And you're
It's
saying it as
no.
It's attacking you. which
It
I'm
was
the one-
being brought up from before you.
Well,
Okay,
I
it's
understand.
been brought up continuously by Mr. Gomez, and he fails to look at his own that has been paid 22,000 for just the meetings and benefits. But yet I'm the reason that's the problem here. But everybody else is okay as long as Mayor Beltran doesn't get a dime, doesn't get any compensation because she doesn't deserve it because we don't like her. That is the problem here. Instead of just the personal attacks and focusing on the city, stop focusing on me. Since day one and you guys been elected, all you have done is attack after attack after attack on me. Focus on the city. That is what you were appointed to do, voted by the people to do, and you're not doing it. It's all about what is the mayor doing? Why is she going over here? Why didn't we get a notice? Why are they contacting her? That is wait a minute, I'm not done. That is the complaints that I get every single time. And again, even with the people that we meet from other agencies, they go to him and tell him, hey, why didn't you give us the notice ahead of time? You know, they don't need to be dealing with all this politics because it's just politics here and you're not being productive. Have done nothing positive or productive for this city. All you've done is run this city to the ground since you were elected. And go ahead.
Again, she just said that it wasn't me, but now she's saying it is me because I am the one who just got recently elected.
Because
so I am not
you're
attacking
entertaining
you
it.
again.
You're
I am not
entertaining it.
attacking you. It's just something that I brought up, and I feel that $26,000 saves the city. So
I
again,
don't get
thank you.
$26,000.
But he's saying it's you, Mayor.
And
No,
I say we
it's-
just
it's
wait.
all of us together.
I say we don't get a stipend at
And
all.
my
So
offer
if I
is
have a
on-
motion for
I
it to,
have two proposals here, one of which requires us to change our ordinance. The other would not if everybody simply agreed to waive it.
let's waive it. I
So-
make a motion.
There's
Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Janie.
To open it to the people.
Okay, go ahead. So we can take a roll call vote. There's a motion on the floor and a second, so you can go ahead and still say it.
Actually, the motion that came from Diego,
No,
the
it came from-
first.
I motioned it.
No,
He
you made
said
it-
for $500,
You made a
Humberto.
motion. Do whatever you guys want to do,
Yeah.
okay? I know that you guys are making more than the rest of the councils. Okay, that's not a secret.
No,
That's
we're
not
not
a
making
secret.
it.
You
Read
know,
the
and-
ones that I gave you,
and-
Humberto. Your
Yes,
daughter's
Mayor,
on there.
I know that, but I'm a personal friend of most of them, and I know how much they're making. He goes to cities. He represents some other cities, and he knows how much they're making.
Daughter's
And-
on here.
No, I'm not talking about my daughter. I'm not talking about my daughter. My daughter is not a city council member.
She's a board member though.
Yeah, but she's a board member.
Okay, so it's okay for her.
From another entity.
It's okay for her.
From another entity. No,
It
I'm not
doesn't
saying.
matter. It's still
That's-
an
that
elected
has not-
official.
That has nothing to do, Mayor.
It's your daughter.
That has nothing to do, okay? You're making it personal. When you guys set up the wages, I told you guys, I don't want you guys to work free, but I want you guys to come up with something that is reasonable, that it is in accordance to the small cities that we do represent. But you want to waive your stipend?
All of
It's going to be up to you. It's going to be up to you. But, I just want to make clear that I don't want you to work free.
Yeah.
And second, let me finish, Mayor. Second, don't complain about the meetings that you go there, Mayor.
I'm not
You assign those meetings to be with you, and I know that reason, and you know that reason, okay? But that's not the point. The point is that I want you guys to make the same as the rest of the other ones.
Okay.
And I'm glad that Parlier finally is complying with this information because
Thank you.
they took
I
to
need
court.
to open it for the rest. I
Yeah?
really need
Okay.
to move from that. So is there anybody else? Thank you.
Rebecca Castillo. Rebecca Castillo, 13282 East End, Parlier. I say no raises. Justify your raises.
It's not a raise.
Then what is it?
It's to eliminate it.
It's to lower.
To lower it. Ooh,
lower
okay.
it, exactly.
I approve.
So
I approve
from-
this message.
So it would be all of us getting 500 together.
Whoa. What is it now?
We were at 795,
Oh, how so?
and the mayor was at 927.
Because there was no benefits. That's what I just
We
went
still
over
don't
right
get
now.
benefits.
Yes, there is. You're, the
We
board
get
or whatever
offered
you
we
got-
get offered benefits, but we
we
have
don't.
to pay it out of our stipend.
No,
Yes.
it does not.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I got offered benefits.
You can look at all these, and they're all in there, if you would like to look at those, from all the other cities, from the school board here, and also from the college, school, board of trustees, which he's aware of what they get over there.
We do get offered.
Yeah.
My turn.
So,
My turn.
so,
My turn.
We do get offered benefits. It's an option. When we first got elected, we did get, it was told to us if we wanted to get the benefits. It comes out of our stipends if we do accept the benefits. It's a premium, just like the employees do. So we do have the option to get benefits.
no, it doesn't come out of your stipend. The city still pays on it. That's why I showed the other one when, in 2016, council was getting benefits here, and it was 27,000.
So can you
That is
clarify
the portion that the city pays. That's not from your stipend. The city pays for that like an employee. So if you're an employee and you get benefits, who is the one that covers some of your benefits? You pay your portion, and then the employer pays the other portion, right? Same concept. Same thing with elected officials. It does not come out of your that's
City pays for the insurance. The employee as well as the council members would pay 25%.
And how much is that on here that they paid, that the city pays?
On what?
Because they're not getting any benefits right
Right
now.
now, nobody gets
Yeah,
benefits.
but,
Right.
and in the past, it was, because if not, then why is it on Transparent California that 27,000 was paid by the city?
There, a few years ago, it was before the city used to pay 100%. It was changed a few years ago, so now we pay.
We didn't eliminate it. It's never been voted to be eliminated, and
It
it's
never
not
said it was-
changed, and it was not changed, because bring me the documentation
No,
where that
before-
was
Before
changed.
the city used to pay 100% of the medical. That's what I was saying.
No,
Now
that was
it's
not the,
changed.
no, I was here back then.
And it's now 75-25.
It's always been that.
No,
It's
not
never
years ago.
been 100%. And I will clarify with the last council that was here too,
Yes.
because I've had that conversation with them.
That was.
It was not.
So
No.
Neil,
So,
my motion
but-
was to make it 500.
I motioned to waive our stipend, so we had a first,
The way I recall it, there was a second of the mayor's
Yes.
by
yeah. So,
Councilmember
now
Lee.
there's a roll call vote.
He made the motion first.
No, he said for 500.
First.
And I seconded.
No, you
She made a
didn't.
motion second,
No,
and
you
then there
didn't.
was a second of that.
Yeah, so we have a motion on the floor, and the motion is that to eliminate the stipend for everybody, since everybody's complaining about it up here. And all they want me to do is be equal as far as they are, to get the same amount, even though they do less. And they do, because I don't see what they do. I'm honestly, what have they been doing?
It's not to eliminate, it's to waive, right?
Yeah, it's to waive. Waive it. So I have a motion and a second by Janie. Do I, roll call, please?
I wanted to say something first.
Yeah, go ahead, say it.
Again, I don't think anybody said to not to eliminate everything. I think
I
it
don't
was
see
more,
the problem.
I
We
think
don't
it
have a
was
budget.
more- but again, Mayor, yeah, you do a lot with all the things that you do for the city. And like Humberto said, it's not that we shouldn't get paid anything, but it's a reasonable amount. I think with what Diego proposed was a reasonable amount. And if we need to change it again, we can go back and change it again.
I think that we should just stop it until we find out what our finances are, because we are in a $300,000 deficit, and we did it before, and we had stopped our stipends back in 2016 because of the risk that we had with our police department. They don't want to do it. That's on them. My recommendation is to just stop the stipends until we find out what our finances are, because right now we're currently at $300,000 deficit. Once we don't get reimbursed for all those grants that we have that are still pending, that is going to be another deficit, because right now it shows that it's covered, but it's not, because we have not yet been reimbursed. So that's more money that's going to, again, be as a deficit to the city. So I think that if we can crunch those numbers and get it to zero for now, we did it before in 2016 with the last council that was here. They all agreed. I don't see why we can't do that right now. And I think that we should just stop it until we find out what our finances are, because
Can I just clarify for a second?
stop it for now until we bring it back.
Your motion is to temporarily waive payment of the stipend, right?
Yes,
Okay.
to waive it and effective
And then
the next pay period.
We would revisit this at a later date after we know more about our finances. Okay,
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Your motion, Councilman, was really requires a change of the ordinance. So, because I got to go in there and change the number in the ordinance, right? That requires 2 meetings to change an ordinance. So your motion would basically be to process an amendment to the ordinance to reduce the stipend for everybody to 500. Okay. So, and the way I understand it, is your second still good on her clarified motion?
We'll just go ahead and wait for Diego's to do the ordinance.
So then no one else is they're concerned of getting the $500 in their pocket instead of concerned about the city. Because to me, honestly, the city is in a $300,000 deficit. And yes, it is. You weren't here on the audit report. It's a $300,000 deficit. Well, because we're waiting for the monies from the grants. No, I have the floor. No, that we have the monies from the grants that were not recovered yet. So when they expire at the end of this year.
I just
So
wanna,
if
I
we
just wanna
don't
make
get
a
those
comment,
$3
Mayor.
million, or is it 2 million, 2.5
Give me
million?
10 seconds, Mayor. Give me 10 seconds. Solo subsidy.
2.5 million is because grants, let me tell you why we're in the situation that
But
we're in.
let me use.
The reason why we're in the situation that we're in, Humberto, please.
You had
No,
10
I
seconds
had the
and you
floor.
can explain.
Please have a seat.
No,
Humberto,
let me, give me that 10
I have
seconds.
the floor, Chief. No,
Give me that 10 seconds.
No, I will give you the floor later.
The
I
problem
will
is that
give you the floor later. The reason why we're in a deficit, because when you have contractors that are under this grant and supposedly provide services and don't have backup, guess what? The state will not reimburse you. Why? Because there's nothing to produce of evidence that was done for that grant. So if you don't have that backup and all the requirements that are required through that grant, you're not going to get reimbursed. That is the problem we always had. That is the problem we continue to have, because that happened since day one that I first came into office. It was a deficit back then, 2 million all the time. It was the grants. Then you have the deficit now that we were trying to get recovered when Ally was here, and we're going back to the same, because it's the same people that were here back then when we were in a deficit. It's the same people here. So if we don't have people that are qualified to do the job, then we're never going to get reimbursed. And I can tell you that it's going back to that again. We're not getting reimbursed, just like the way we had that one individual that never provided the services at the school, because the school contacted me about him not providing services. And then I told you, where is the backup?
What is this
Where
rant?
I have the proof,
Can we
Sonia.
move forward
I
with
have
the
the
meeting?
proof. No,
I mean,
you just don't want me to say it
talking, and you're not making any sense.
Because you don't want me to say. You don't want me to say the truth, Sonia. The Sonia is that you,
you're not.
we paid out almost $70,000 to this individual that didn't do anything at the school.
I don't know what you're even
and
talking
I
about.
I asked you for backup. You didn't have any
What
backup.
are you talking
And
about?
then I had Ally had, well, she's just and then Ally had
off the
proof,
subject.
and you did not. You just paid him out, and that's what happens. You did that at the school with that investigation that happened at the school, and you're doing it over here again.
Look, this is the best thing that's going to happen. Neil.
Was looking to be
Can I
recognized
suggest
by
you
the-
something, please?
Okay.
The
Give me-
Mayor Pro Tem was looking to be recognized, and we'll come back to you.
Give me 10 seconds just to, that's all I need. Please, I don't want you here saying that you guys don't care for the community. I know that we are having problems, but, it is unfair for the four of you guys just to hear that you don't care for the community.
You don't want to call for a roll call vote. She was looking to be recognized. Just let her.
No, I let me finish. So my question was, when in 2016 was the stipends waived? Was it the beginning of the year or the end of the year? Of your stipends?
But it was waived for
Okay, so
some
was
time.
it a short period of time, or
No, it was at least a year.
at least a year, like from 2016, 2017? Previous.
No, I was here. Armando was not here. No, how can we both be here, Armando and me be here?
It had to have been 15.
Alma was the mayor.
No, he was not here. He was not here. No, he was not here. He was not here.
Grandfathered in?
No, it was waived when Alma was the mayor. That council that was there did waive theirs. No.
No, it was not. See, no, you weren't here. You were never here at that time. So yes, it was. No, you weren't here. You weren't. I'm sorry. No, you weren't. You were in Delano.
Only because I want to say I know there was a payment the end of December of 2016. I'll just say that. So I just want to say, what was it, 15, 16?
It was probably 15, 16 because I came in 15.
Okay.
Also,
I just know that it was a year, and it was when I was here and the council then, we all decided to waive our stipends because our police department was at risk of closing their doors.
I do remember.
And we were working on Measure Q. Okay. So right now, they're not safe, because if we're at $100,000 deficit, why would you think that they're safe to not ever have that problem again, close those doors, if we continue to go back to the deficit we used to have? And that is why I'm saying, let's just waive the stipends. If the concern is about the money, let's really just waive the stipends until we find out where we're at. And then if we want to change it to a lower amount, then we can. But my suggestion, my recommendation would be, just stop it. Let's not run the city to the ground. People are getting promotions, people are getting raises without even having a budget. I mean, we don't even have a budget, and everybody's getting raises left and right, and jobs are being created, because I hear jobs being created that haven't even come to council. I mean, those are the things that we need to really look at, because if we don't look at that, then this city's gonna run to the ground, and then by the time we know it, we're gonna really have to file bankruptcy, and we don't ever want to get there because we only have a $5 million general fund, okay? 3 million goes to our police department. What does it leave the rest of the city with? Not much. So if we continue to work this way and spending money from grants that we don't ever get reimbursed, that is always going to be the case. I have my proof, and I will bring my proof in closed session, Sonia. I
Okay,
have,
go ahead.
I have
Go ahead.
proof. I
Okay.
have proof of all your doings.
You have a member waiting to be recognized, Mayor.
I just wanted to clarify. In 2019, we were in a deficit still, right? And that's when they got their raises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Yes.
just want the people to know that
In
they got their raises
2019.
in a deficit.
It was 2019.
Yes.
Yeah. It was when it was raised.
And they got the
And
raises.
that's when we were getting out of deficit, if you can remember. And we got Measure Q to pass.
I
And we have done a
remember-
lot.
I
The
remem-
problem is that if you really are worried and concerned, well, let's just waive it.
I
You obviously don't
remember-
want to waive your fees.
I was here in a meeting when Jolly, the auditor, said, do not give raises, do not do this, we're in a deficit. Everybody got raises, okay? And the other thing
We're
is.
back to that again.
Sonia, the numbers that are not matching with the audit, find out who signed those checks, who gave that money, who signed those checks, and we're in a deficit, okay?
Can we clarify on why staff, Sonia Sanz checks, that is why.
She runs the staff, so that's why I'm asking her. So that's it, that's all I got to say,
You
thank you.
need to get educated because you make no sense.
Everybody needs to get educated here, you guys.
Sense, no sense. You and supposedly that you graduated ahead of your class, I don't understand how you did.
Okay, so we have a motion to process an ordinance to change it all to $500, right?
I motion and second, so now I just want to do the roll call vote.
She withdrew her second of your.
So then on the record, can you put that, Janie? Dorothy, I'm sorry, that I had made a motion to waive our stipend, and Janie had second, and also now she withdrew her second motion. Can you please put that on the minutes? And then we'll go on with what you motioned, Diego.
Yeah, correct. And I want that on the record too, please.
Oh, wait, the motion always
I
goes
want it on the record too. I second Diego's motion.
She does the second already, Kathy. Again, you've been here how long and you still don't know how that process works?
Okay, to stop the stipend, there was a motion from the mayor and second from Janie, but Janie.
Withdrew her second.
Okay, so then this dies?
Yes.
Okay, now we have.
A motion from Diego.
Change the ordinance.
Yes.
To 500.
Yes.
By Diego and second by,
Mhm. That doesn't matter. Mine I thought was a lot better because it's really saving money, you know. I was looking at it as zero. So there's there a roll call, please? Mm-hmm. Yes.
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 We're going this way as usual, and we're not, when I give her the floor, and she doesn't say anything, we move on, we don't go back. Go ahead.
Well, that's a lot. But Mr. Gomez, I want to apologize for whatever the mayor says. I feel that, I mean, you're bringing up his daughter. I think it's very disrespectful. I'm sorry about that. Other than we have to look at what is good for our city, not about everybody else's cities. I mean, they all take care of their own cities. I feel that I feel that, sorry, excuse me. Jesus. The audit is really, really important. I know they came today. I feel so bad that he showed up, Mr. Jolly showed up, and he wasn't even on the agenda when it was already asked for prior council meeting. Where that went wrong, I don't know, but I think it's really important. I know the mayor was saying that we can send him the questions. I feel that the questions need to be here, done here with the public, because if you guys have questions, we have questions. It's a lot better to be able to ask them and hear the questions, all of us. So hopefully that they will bring back the auditor. Mr. Jolly, I know he's the boss or the owner, but I feel that the auditors that worked on our city audit, which was Daryl, Lan, and Luis, I feel they're very important to come back and give us the answers that we have on our audit. Like the mayor said, our city was in a deficit and is in a deficit, but back in November, if you remember, the city was in a deficit for $3 million. 4 days later, we were in a deficit for $147,000. So what happened? So those are questions that I feel that we, as council members and residents, would like to have them answered. All of a sudden, in 4 days, we went down to 174,000, and now we're back up to 3 million or whatever the mayor said. So those are my comments. I really, Sonia, feel that we need those 3 auditors to come back, and so we can ask them the questions that we have, because according to the audit, there was a lot of deficiencies. There's a lot of findings, and this audit is for 21 and 22, which we did have a finance director at that time. So we need to have this clarified, and like the mayor said just a little while ago, certifications weren't being done according to, that's what I heard.
Didn't say that.
Why were these certifications not being done?
That's
Why
not
why did they wait this long? Now that we don't have a finance director, that should have been done back then.
Okay.
So these
We
are a
need
lot
to
of our
move on.
problems that we're having.
Because she's
No.
gonna do, we're gonna have the audit. We're gonna have the audit at the next one. We need to go to closed
That's
session.
not what you said.
We're
You
going
said, oh,
to-
they don't have to come. He doesn't have to come back.
I
you
did
can
not,
send
don't
him the-
put words in my mouth. I will clarify what I said. If you didn't hear, maybe it's because
Yeah.
you can't
Well,
hear me
thank you.
from that end, but I did not say that. So
Mr.
now we
Gomez.
have Sabrina,
Sorry
so
about
go
that.
ahead, Sabrina.
Thank you.
After Sabrina.
My
next.
turn. It
No,
goes-
it goes in this
Councilmember,
order.
yes, I am.
No. You know what? If we can't go in order then, Kathy, because it's not like, it,
Waiting for my turn.
well, it will be after Diego.
I said I'm waiting for my
Okay,
turn.
thank you.
Okay. Do I have the floor?
We gotta go in order.
We're
We gotta go in order.
Yep. Please be quiet.
Okay, so
Jeez.
I just wanted to say that, you know, with that stipend being brought up, everybody has good points. Again, nobody wants us, you know, any elected official to do any job without getting paid something. Yes, we were getting paid a lot, and it was a reasonable amount suggested. And if it has to go lower, we'll bring it back again, especially with what comes out with this audit. So again, yeah, I'm looking forward to that audit to come out and be explained, and us being able to ask questions about it. I know that, you know, some of us up here have a lot of questions, and that's good. That's fine. And it's okay to ask the questions. On another note, the Fresno Fair, Parlier was represented really well at the fair. Our Lions Club did a great job with the school. San Joaquin, I believe, helped them do their project, set up in the agriculture building. Our kids from our school district did outstanding work. Parlier kids. Mine's a Parlier kid. He was at the fair as well, did well. And again, it was just a pride thing seeing the Parlier kids and, being at the opening ceremonies. I went with Bertha and Janie went as well. It was just neat to see all that history in the Fresno Fair. And we went through the museum and all that stuff. We were like, oh, look, Parlier, it says Parlier. Oh, look, these people are from Parlier. It's a lot of pride for me, growing up here since I was born. So that was neat stuff because even some of the people up there I knew. My parents knew them. So it was really nice to see that. I was excited, to go there. And it's always something that we look forward to, the people in our community, to go out there and take our kids. Another thing, the trunk or treat and all that stuff, Red Ribbon, that's coming up this week. Hopefully, we can all get out there and come together for these positive events that are going on in our community. And again, if we can work together and keep our comments civil, and when we walk out of here, it's a civil game. I mean, we don't always have to agree with each other, but let's just have respect for each other and ourselves, because you know what, this is on live stream, and I've been told, hey, you carry yourself very well. I said, you know what, it's really hard because I couldn't blow my top sometimes, but you know what, I don't want to be talked about on that I'm on the internet. It's something not positive, and that is not me. So again, I apologize to those who have to see a lot of the nonsense that goes on here, and it's unfortunate. And I hope we can grow and move forward from that. Those are my comments for today.
Just to go over the same thing like Sabrina, everybody talks about us, about our live stream. It's very unfortunate. But yeah, Javier, I want to say thank you for the TCP project starting. I did get pictures of it breaking ground, so I really appreciate that. Mr. Gomez, hopefully you get to go by and get with Javier or Sonia. That way you can see it and, actually be proud about that, because, it was a long time coming. Again, just thank the city workers for everything they do. They come to work every day and, make sure our city goes forward, so I really want to appreciate them as well. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
I'm on pretty much on the same page with Sabrina and Diego, the same thing, Javier, Mr. Gomez. But for the record, I got humiliated and slandered again by the mayor. Okay, we should behave and conduct ourselves like adults. Don't start throwing kids at the parents or my education or anything. That's not right. But I'm going to tell you one thing. We are here for you people on live stream, and we're fighting for your money. We're looking for your money, and we're working for you. That's why we're here, and we're being transparent. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to say that I've been speaking with Sonia and Eva about having a haunted house. I already fill out the paperwork. I like to have it for Halloween Day. I'm not going to compete with one at the senior center. Mine's more towards older children, and I've been out there hustling, and I received close to $4,000 in donations to pass out for the children. So I just want to know, is it okay if all fees be waived at the Civic Center on Halloween Day?
I wanted to just ratify it at the next meeting. I told her.
Okay. Is there anything, Dorothy, maybe? I never asked Dorothy if she wants to say anything. I'm sorry.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to say anything because I get really upset, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Dorothy. Okay. For the clarification, as far as the auditor, I didn't say he didn't have to come. He simply asked if he could get questions of what you have that you've been asking about the audit so that he can be prepared to better answer your questions. So that, I think, is only common courtesy for us to give them the information of what our questions are. You have your notebook there with your little tabs of what you're looking at. Just put it down, send it to Sonia. All of us can give him the information that we have of what we want to hear. And then that way, when he comes here, he can answer your question. Why bring him here and he doesn't know what you're going to ask? And then, because pretty much what it sounds like is that you want him to come here and then he can't answer your question. He still has to look at what you're asking. He's not going to have this photographic memory to know what was in the audit. He audits a lot of cities, a lot of other agencies. So it's only common courtesy for us to just submit what our questions are in the audit. So when he presents it here, you have the answers to the audit. That is what I said. Not that he didn't need to come and he didn't have to just do it through the email. Never once did I say that, because I even said when he can come in November. I even directed staff in November. He can be on the agenda. So if you didn't hear that, I don't know why, but that is exactly what I told Sonia and Eva. Bertha and Neil even heard there. And that is what I was saying. So the other thing that I also wanted to bring up is that we talked about the item that was on the agenda for the last meeting that was pulled by council to not discuss on the odor of the consistent problem that we have on the west side with Greenbrier. I just want to notify the council that I was informed by the school that they reported them to the Fresno County Health Department because of the problem, and that we are not doing anything to resolve it. So they took matters into their own hands and reported it to the health department. And I simply said to them, you do what you need to do. I'm sorry that we couldn't have a civil conversation and figure out a way. It was obvious that the person representing Greenbrier didn't care, because I asked him to stay and he left. So he didn't care as long as he got the votes the way you guys voted in his favor, and he left. And that's all that happened, because we didn't do anything to resolve it. The problem that I heard that he was trying to accommodate the school was just to bring them ventilators. Well, the school already did that. The school already took the initiative to put ventilators in the classrooms. But what about the other children that live around the school, that are not in school, that don't have ventilators, and the families that are there, the seniors that are dealing with it? Because it is a continuous problem, and I've been trying to say this for 2 years now, and with Greenbrier always trying to get them to find a way to resolve it. First they put some system that he said that it was going to work, didn't work. Then he said that he was going to get another better, I don't know what it was that he told you, Sonia, because you're the one that mentioned it to me, that he put some kind of system that's supposed to control the odor in that area, which it didn't help. So here we are with the same problem. Now he's doing obviously nothing, because if it's getting to the school and it's that bad, then I don't see him doing absolutely anything about it. And I think that it's your job, Sonia, to ensure that the community is safe, and that to ensure that the residents are heard, because it shouldn't even be getting to our ears, and it does. And he had to take the initiative, and because the board directed him to do it, to do something about it. And that's where I'm like, you have to do what you need to do. So that is where you need to do something. You have to find out a plan. If not, they need to be in greenhouses. They need to be in greenhouses, because if they can't do it and we're going to have that problem and the community's dealing with that, that's not fair to them. So I said that on that, but also I wanted to bring up on the project for Academy and Manning. So where are we at with that?
The gas station?
Yeah, the one on Academy and Manning.
Jeff, we just had
Your council just approved the revision to the conditional use permit at the meeting on the 5th. It's up to the applicant to determine the pace that they want to move at. We haven't seen or heard anything from them since the approval.
Well, I beg to differ, because I did get a call.
Because what?
I did get a call.
Okay.
So
I-
they're waiting to see what's going on.
What does that mean?
Well, because apparently they believe it's in your hands right now, or Sonia's hands. Someone needs to be working or contacting them and letting them know what's the next step, because obviously he's waiting, you guys are waiting, and nobody's communicating.
Okay, that's the first I've heard of that. I mean, once the council approves the project, the next steps are entirely in the applicant's hands. If they aren't aware of that they should be, because they've done many developments throughout the state.
They've called and there's no callbacks.
Okay, they can call me directly. I get during the.
I don't think it's really the problem with you. I think that it's been that he's contacted you and you have not.
I don't know who he's called. I don't know who.
I don't know if.
Are we talking?
I'm sure he has your information, because you were communicating with him before when we did the public hearing at the time, when we had them here with that project, the one on Manning and Academy, the one that Shogi used to be part of.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked to them regularly throughout the whole revision process.
He wants to hear from you, because he's trying to figure out where he's at with all of this, because they're ready to start. But if he can't get an answer like, hey, you're good to go, or what's the next step?
I'll call him tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think he has a problem with you not
Well, I mean,
communicating with him. He just mentioned that maybe, that he's left messages and that he doesn't get a call back, or I don't know if it's your staff. I don't know what's going on internally, but he's just trying to get the project moving along. And the other concern was because since there's another parcel there that was purchased by the other cannabis, so since they're not moving on there, who's responsible for the other impact fees or the infrastructure fees?
I mean, realistically, the answer to that question is they're responsible to install and or pay for any infrastructure they need to build their project.
Yes, but there's property that's right next to them that is not their property. So who will be responsible for that? Because now that property is probably going to be vacant, because I'm sure we're going to enter into a lawsuit if that happens, if it does go that route, because that's one thing that was.
Responsible for the vacant property?
It's not vacant, it's owned. I mean, they're both vacant, but it's owned by someone else.
This project, the H&S Group project, the gas station, car wash, et cetera, that can move forward entirely independently of anything Element 7 was or wasn't going to do. And this, as far as between them, you've got Progress Drive, which Javier has
I think he
been,
mentioned about that. What is it called? Progresso or
Progress Drive.
Okay.
Which exists in the eastern part of the industrial park, and it's intended to go through and connect to Academy Avenue. And Javier's been working on a plan to put infrastructure in that.
Yeah.
And the developments to the north and south would pay their fair share. So initially, and correct me if I'm wrong, the city would pay to install it and get reimbursed by development as it goes in. So the H&S Group project, it's not affected by the Element 7 situation.
I think he believes it is because of that. It's supposed to go all the way through to.
And it's going to go through, even if neither of those gets built, it's going to go through.
So what his question was is who's responsible for that cost?
He is responsible for his fair share of the cost, and he will not, I mean, which is in his conditions of approval, which they knew about going back, I believe, to when it was revised last February, and that remained in the conditions when the council revised it earlier this month.
And I understand that, but I think because it was another business coming in, so he felt like, okay, well.
Okay, maybe he's, yeah.
Because it's to their property, and so
maybe,
it's not.
yeah, maybe he's under the impression that with that project not going forward, apparently, he'll be responsible for additional costs. That's not the case.
Yes, absolutely. That's what he.
That's not the case.
Okay, that's why I just want to get clarification.
Jeff, can you call him and let him know?
Yeah, I'll talk to him tomorrow.
He's just concerned about that because he probably planned enough to cover that expense, but not the whole entire area. So that he's just concerned.
Yeah,
about
his
that.
costs won't change as a result of.
Okay, I kind of
Element
explained
7.
that to him, but I think it'd be better that you
That's fine.
address it and you tell them
Yeah.
because it's better coming from you. The other thing, Chief, I have another thing to bring up to you, and it has to do with the ordinance. It has to, Kathy, just because you don't want to hear me, I'm addressing a concern that this is what.
For the record again, she's accusing me of talking and it was Diego speaking.
It's both of you. Just please stop. Like the way you keep telling me to be quiet, but yet it's okay when you do it to me. So, Chief, the question is, it has to do with the ordinance because you had a group, a committee that worked on the animal situation ordinance. Well, okay. So we need to figure out what we're going to do because it's great that we did this ordinance, but this ordinance working at all. It's not working at all. It was just pretty much done for nothing because I know we have an animal control and he can address the issues with the dogs, but the main concerns that I hear that the community has is that there's stray dogs and we can't do anything with those stray dogs because we don't have anywhere to put them. And that's in every city. And then we have an ordinance that says that they are going to chip and neuter them. And who's going to pay for that?
Right.
And because the owner is not going to be able to do it. And that's the problem, that it was not, I don't think we thought beyond that. Please? I don't think we thought beyond that. So, Kathy, please stop. So we didn't think beyond that. So I think that what I would ask for you to do, because I did speak to some agencies that can probably maybe contract with us and try to get the spayed and neutered problem that we're going to need done, because you're not going to get it done if we don't have people that can afford that. And being that it's spayed and neutered, it's not cheap. So maybe we can negotiate something where I know that the SPCA, yes, that's correct. The SPCA is the one that could probably do it at a lower cost. Right. And maybe if you contact them and find out what they can do and work with us, so that way we can have something to where we can follow all the way through, because it's great we have an ordinance, but it's like we can't do nothing with it. And the concerns are still there with the community, where they're saying, okay, there's dogs here, there's dogs there, and where's the animal control? And we're going to go back to that again. And it's really not his fault. It's just that we don't have a place to put him. So if you can.
Yeah, there was a couple of mechanisms that were implemented, and one of them was spade and neuter. And so working with the SPCA, and because we had both of our animal control officers resign, so it's delayed the whole process. The other mechanism was expanding our animal pound, our shelter. So we're doubling its size, and that's still under development. The other mechanism was the microchipping, which the animal control officer that we just brought on has that certification experience for vaccinating and microchipping. So we're going to take care of that. And he just started. So
yeah,
it's been
the question is, it's great.
Yeah.
But how many cages are you going to have, like the kennels for?
So
how many more?
We're doubling the size. So we have 6. We have 6 in there now, and we're getting another 6. So we'll have 12 altogether. That's going to help create more space so we can pick up more animals off the street.
And logically, let me just say this. That's great. And the reason why I'm saying this, but it's not going to solve the problem, because I've been watching the video for Second Chance and the city of Selma,
right,
in the issues that they have. They had over 150 dogs in there. And they had to bring down on size to, I think it was 60, and that's 60 dogs. So we don't even have the capacity for 60 dogs. That's only like 12 cages, and that's one per kennel,
per cage.
At 1 or 2, and that's even if they can be there together. And the reason I'm saying that is because we're going to go back to that again. We're going to end up having that problem, because what tends to happen here is that what we should have put on that ordinance is to go after the illegal breeding that's happening. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of illegal breeding.
The ordinance has.
Okay, so then we need to enforce that. Yeah. Because, like I said, it's great that it's in there, but if we're not doing anything about it, it's
like I said, we got a setback because our full-time animal control officer resigned. Our part-time animal control officer was promoted immediately after that. He resigned because he went to the CHP Academy. There's been a delay for 2 months. So we finally got this guy on, so we're getting back on track. But it's all of those mechanisms are in the ordinance in respect to everything that you mentioned. Microchipping, breeding, illegal breeding, and all that stuff. This is a very robust ordinance. And it was comprised of Fresno PD and Clovis PD's ordinance.
And they mentioned that in
it's
Selma.
very extensive. And it's just having the personnel, the structure and all of that. So all of that was implemented because looking forward in the future, this is where we want to be.
Yeah.
We're in the process of getting there. And spay and neuter, we knew that was a challenge because it is expense. It's not cheap.
That's why we need to have.
We did have plans. The first animal control officer, before he resigned, our full-time officer, he was working with SPCA to get those spay and neuters.
You can talk to her after, please.
Boy, she really keeps an eye on me. Do you guys see that?
Because I can hear you.
The other people are talking and she don't say nothing.
I'm trying to listen to Chief, so I'm sorry, Chief. So then the reason why I was just saying that is because, again, I just.
No, we don't want to end up. I know what Selma's going through right now. We certainly, I think we have enough in place to keep us from getting to where we're at with that point, especially with all the resources we have with adoption, like this Shelter Best Friends Society network. We've got a dozen of those adoption resources that help us to keep that kennel, keep the cycle going so we can get them adopted out.
Yeah.
The senior code enforcement officer also can help with that that ordinance and in implementing that.
And that's fine. You still need to get in contact with the SPCA so that we can, because there's no way that in our community everybody's going to be able to afford to spay or neuter, and I know that because it's not cheap.
Yeah, I think it's like $150 or something.
It depends on the size.
It depends on their weight.
Yeah.
I already spoken to the SPCA, and
Can you give him the mic? Thank you. Sorry.
It's on. I already spoken with the SPCA.
This is not council comments from her.
Thank you. So I already spoken with the SPCA manager there, and she could work with us for low cost, spay and neuter, but she wants a release of liability when we do the animals, so the owners don't go back and sue them in case something happens. That's all they're waiting for. They need that paperwork signed.
Then we will follow up with that immediately.
Thank you,
and
Chief.
We'll make it happen. Absolutely. That's
you.
a great opportunity. So I do appreciate you reaching out.
They're just waiting for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that for each?
It's
dog?
for the animal. It's for
No, but does each dog have to sign it, or the city signs it?
the owners
dog.
have to sign. Owners have to
Who are
sign
the
a
dogs
release
gonna
of
sign now?
liability.
Paw prints.
The owners have to sign a release of
So
liability.
every time we
There's a pick up a dog.
the form,
Yeah.
we sign it. Then we
And I
take it
believe they do that with other cities, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's something that they do. So that's why I think that it's important that you have that part of it too, because if we're just gonna pick up dogs and they're gonna go to the pound, it's gonna get full very, very quick. If Selma is having that problem, and I really don't want us, like you mentioned earlier in your presentation, about not euthanizing. Yeah, I mean, I really hope that we can still stay with that.
Definitely a strategic plan to control what the overpopulation of dogs in this community, and it's something that I think we can work out. And thank you, Michelle, for that.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, Michelle, for addressing that. Thank you. Now we have closed session. Neil?
Yeah, you have one item, one personnel employment item under 54956 of the Government Code. All positions and departments. 54956.
Anybody?
Did I say six?
Any questions? Okay, then we are going into closed session. Bertha?